stands and stay tuned to social media for updates. Thank you for your cooperation.
It's purple and orange skies over historic Riggs Field here in Clemson, South Carolina, where after a 2-hour weather delay, we are ready for this introductory match between Greenville, the Triumph, and FC Naples. Today's match presented by Michelob Ultra. Well, of course, the big talking points today is your weather report brought to us today by Fox Carolina. 2 hours worth of delay. Temperatures in those mid-70s. Lots of wind. The field's going to be damp. That's really going to make things interesting. We're going to have it all for you after the delay. It'll be all the more sweet to watch. We'll have it for you right here after this. Stick with us. Live action when we...
Local stories on all your screens.
The first alert on breaking news sent through the Fox Carolina News app.
Serving you with the earliest heads up on storms through the Fox Carolina First Alert weather app. Live and on-demand newscasts.
Fox Carolina Investigations.
On your streaming TV.
Your stories told right here. Fox Carolina News.
I'm Rick Wright, head coach of the Greenville Triumph Soccer Club. The Triumph play here on Palmetto Sports and Entertainment.
Watch using antenna on channel 21.2 or on Spectrum 703. The Greenville Triumph play here. Palmetto Sports.
El Greenville Triumph y Liberty están orgullosos de asociarse con Telemundo Carolina del Sur. Vean Telemundo Carolina del Sur para mantenerte informado con noticias locales en español y disfrutar de toda la increíble programación de Telemundo. Disponible gratis con antena en el canal 31.1.
Welcome to Wood Creek Dental, where dental care is a family tradition. For over 40 years, we are proud to be a family-owned practice serving the community of Greenville, South Carolina. At Wood Creek Dental, we believe in quality care and exceptional service. Our experienced dentists and dedicated staff are committed to your oral health. We've invested in modern technology and have created a relaxing atmosphere for your comfort and peace of mind. We prioritize your experience in our calm and caring atmosphere. Our commitment to providing you and your family with exceptional service is at the heart of everything we do. And our patient-centered approach builds relationships based on trust and confidence. Experience the difference for yourself. Wood Creek Dental. Dental care from our family to yours.
Welcome back to historic Riggs Field here on the campus of Clemson University. Today's match brought to you by Michelob Ultra, and the weather will not deny us. After a 2-hour delay, we are just about ready to go. Let's take a look at our starting lineups today. These two teams meeting for the first time ever. Here's a look at how the home side will line up. Very interesting because they have a lot of defenders in this starting 11. Bub, Sims, Fricky, Polak as well. Rankenberg, of course, at the back. We'll be interested to see how this lineup develops as we go along. There's the starting 11 for the home side. The visitors making the trip up from the Sunshine State. You wouldn't know it by the way things have gone today. They've got that incredible championship basis in Evans and Delgado, who had so much success at Northern Colorado. Jake Dingler alongside them kind of rounds out that base of the defense. Hinterlong, one of those players who is right at the top of the Golden Boot chart, will be looking to get his 8th goal of the season, his 6th in League One. When he scores, this team has not lost. Just moments away from kickoff. At one of the penultimate locations, one of the most hallowed grounds, the most sacred venues in all of American soccer, one of the oldest to host continuously college action. It has seen national champions crowned on this field, regularly sees national champions play on this field, and tonight it hosts League One. There is the referee's whistle, and we are underway. Well, I am Zach Burley. I am so delighted you've stuck it out, stayed with us, and tuned in here for what was a frantic 2 hours worth of extreme weather. The tornado sirens were blaring right around time we were supposed to kick off. It was torrential rain pouring down near sideways. The field was under inches of water, it seemed, but the drainage here is just so good. Within minutes of the rain stopping. The pools of water had already disappeared. The only thing that I think will be interesting about the field conditions tonight, well, I guess there are two things. One, they just aerated the field very recently, but then the goal mouths, those are the most worn areas of the field. They contain very little grass. How will the ball bounce in those areas? How much footing will the goalkeeper get in those areas? They held the most water of any spot on the field. And we'll see how that develops. Greenville losing it to Naples in their inaugural season in League One. Nice overlapping run made by Cisneros, coming off a very good game. That goal, his first of his pro career against Miami FC. Here goes Robles trying to squeeze it through to Leo Castro. Historic Riggs Field, have been playing games here since the 70s. The 1987 National Championship was played on this field. Of course, the men's team here at Clemson have brought back some National Championship trophies, 2 in this decade, 2021 and 2023. Also has a very special connection for Greenville head coach Rick Wright. Said he actually played one of the first ever games to be played on this field, and it goes deeper than that. It wasn't just being a part of one of the early moments of history. 1915, actually used to play football on this field, I believe, all the way until the 40s. So it has a long history, but back in the 70s when he first started playing, he said this is one of the very first places that his future wife, then girlfriend, ever saw him play. So he can look back with very fond memories, both personally and his career. Big game tonight for both of these teams. Greenville on the bubble, and you know they have got to do a couple of things right. We'll break those down with our adjustments of the match. As you look at those keys, focus on the full 90. That's been one of the problems for this Greenville team, and Coach Rick Wright talked to us about it, said that they've just kind of lost some leads in some of these games that they've drawn, 3-3, 2-2. So they got to make sure that they're staying focused all the way to the end of this one and then relish the moment. They didn't get to play with fans last time they were here. They played in 2024 against Lexington after the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. There were no fans then. There are here today. Enjoy this moment. Do not take it for granted. This is a truly special place to play. So for them, make sure they make it to the full 90. And don't forget what you're competing for and at. The keys to the game for Naples, they really want to make sure they're using their transitions. Their coach, Matt Poland, says that's where they are best. And so they want to make sure they're taking advantage of them on both sides and then stay disciplined on fouls. As far as yellow cards, red cards, fouls conceded, they are right there at the top of the league. So they want to make sure they're not giving away any free and easy set-piece opportunities, because this team of Greenville has 4 headed goals, the most of any team in the league, and also gets 30% of their goals from free kicks, more in total and percentage than anyone else. So you don't want to make this a real physical game. Lots of whistles as we see our first major one of the day. Cisneros. You can see there it's the original contact. I can understand why Greenville, they are a little upset because the whistle comes in very late. The referee played advantage. So our opening set piece. Jake Dingler stand over it. Nice ball on the ground, trying something from the training ground. Taken off the foot of Hinderlong. Robles battling for it. He's tripped up by Farine, and it'll be a much relieved free kick to get them out of the pressure. Big game into this one. On 9 points with Madison. Madison playing Omaha right now, bottom of the league. Omaha, of course, they're much better than that. Things are just not gone their way right now. But Madison are trailing at home 1-0 right now. So this result, if it holds, even with a loss, Greenville would still stay top of that playoff line. Texoma, with their results against Richmond, could possibly leapfrog them. But they're trying to pick up points and stay above. Still very early on in the season, about a third of the way through. For Naples, just in their inaugural season, as Dengler does so well to shield that out of play. Naples trying to go back top of the league. I was originally planning on saying that this result will be well in the books by the time we find out what's going out on the West Coast with Spokane. They're on 20 points, so the best that Naples could do is go level with them. They would still be most likely behind on goal difference unless they really light things up here tonight. But still a great opportunity to build momentum and set the pace. They're just one of 2 of the 5 expansion teams that are above the playoff line, and Alta is just above. These are 2 teams also that are looking for some important wins, not just for the points, but to build confidence as well. Sliding challenge, wins it back fairly, says the referee. Robles scoops one in. Polak will watch it out and will take the throw. Herrera over to Toby Sims, a late addition to this roster. Picked up 45 minutes in that USL Jägermeister Cup win over Charleston. Awkward contact there, will yield just a goal kick. It's Carson Hinderlong. Both he and Castro for Greenville enter this one on 5 goals apiece. Just a spot of bother for Gunter Rankenberg. Hinderlong with 5 goals in the league. 5 goals in 4 game winners. What's more remarkable is that with his 7 goals, 5 of them are game winners, and when he scores, Naples have not lost. Out to Robles. Polak ahead of him. Back for Robles. Easy repel by Dingler. Dingler, who had a very successful stint with South Georgia Tormenta. So he'll be very familiar with playing this Triumph team. Teeing up a long throw here. They have the most headed goals in the league. Gonna try and get this one up where someone can get onto it. Deep throw by Sims. Settled by Herrera. Scuffle outside the box. Teed up and fired over. Ben Zakowski riding a real high after scoring the game winner last time out against Charleston. Just got a little bit too under this one. Building his confidence. Coach Rick Wright saying he's just getting more in front of goal this year. Last year was a massive year for growth for him. He's really matured in understanding the game a little bit more. Had a stellar first season, but is just getting a little bit more production in front of goal. It's been a difficult period of the game for Greenville this season. They have not scored in the league in the opening 30 minutes so far. Contrasting that beautifully, Naples have not allowed a goal in the opening 30 minutes. So, immovable object, unstoppable force, I guess you could say. So a Greenville goal here in the opening 30 minutes would break a couple of trends, but be a great start for the home team on a big night. It'd also be their first League One win since April 5th. 5 winless for the home side. Very similar for Naples. They're looking for their first away win since the 5th as well. Farine drives in across. Hinderlong just can't corral it. Puts up a hand of appreciation for that service. Our most clear-cut opportunity of the night. Farine has been very active on this right wing. And Hinderlong just maybe getting up a little late to that one. Can't steer it on target. Foul called back. Alex Beeler, our head referee tonight. Farine, Polak, did that come off of him? Farine keeps it in play. The nice moves, lays one across, Hinderlong! He does it again! The unstoppable scorer, notches the first for Naples. We nearly saw them connect moments ago. And Farine going to work on the end line, and what a finish! Flourish for the ages. A man with so much confidence, nestling it home.
Number 23, Andres Farine, in the 13th minute.
Pure elation on his face, and rightfully so. That moves him up the charts. He's now tied in that Golden Boot race. 6 goals takes him right to the top of the charts. More importantly, when he has scored, Naples have not lost. We just saw that connection just about work out. Farine, the header into Hinderlong. They go to that same right-hand side. Most of the play for both teams has been down the right-hand side, the far side of the field, for those of you at home. And just the audacity from Hinderlong to try that flick. It just goes to show you how much confidence he's playing with right now. So Greenville looking to respond. 15 minutes into this one, in a period, the opening 30 minutes, they have not got a goal in league play. Been slow starts offensively for the Triumph. Now they find themselves a goal down. They actually have allowed 3 goals during the opening 15 minutes, which is more than anyone else in the league. Now that's 4 goals. So they're getting some slow starts and a little bit vulnerable to begin, and Hinderlong makes them pay. Polak, Castro, Clipped out of play, out for the opening corner kick of the night. It'll be to the home side. And now their main scoring man, Neil Castro, getting involved in the action. He was tied with Hinderlong coming into tonight with 5 goals. Near the tops of the Golden Boot charts. Greenville, as we mentioned, the most headed goals in the league, but they have not scored from a corner yet. Can they use that aerial prowess? Here's the service. Back stick. Still alive. Hacked up and over. Out for a goal kick. It's a really nice delivery. You can see it's Castro who originally meets it. And it's going to fall to Sims here. Always awkward trying to use the outside of his boot. Just the way his body is turned, always going to make it difficult. He did just about as well as you could do in that situation. Big release. Nice control, but the offside flag did not come up. Poyerpo is the one who brought it down. Here's Chris Heckenberg over to his former teammate at Tormenta, Jake Dingler. This is after that hiatus out on the West Coast with the fuego for Heckenberg. These two teams coming off of cup meetings as Hinderlong holds up. Greenville, a very successful trip in-state to play Charleston. That was their first win after 6 without in all competitions. As Robles releases a shot, deflected out. They'll go again from this far side. That win against Charleston. So we take a look at this service. These crosses have been the way in for both teams. That win against Charleston was their first win against a championship team since 2022 and their first ever on the road. So they are carrying momentum. And they want to use it here. Try and punch themselves back level. Connor Evans whips one in, back stick. Good interception. Another heavy sliding challenge, not for the first time tonight. Polak been using the precipitously wet surface. He's going to get his miles in just sliding around. Different sort of game for Naples they're coming off of, but was also a USL Cup match. That was a 3-2 loss. In-state rival as well in Miami FC. They were actually able to take the lead over the championship team in the first half. Eventually gave up that lead. 77th minute winner from Lawrence. Game where they really held their own. Doesn't leave them in a bad spot, though. Both of these teams have now defeated championship teams. The same team, in fact, as Naples took down Charleston. Greenville having done so last week. Puts Naples in third in the group. Whistle comes in. Quickly retaken. trying to release Castro. Good work by Evans to steer it away from trouble. Herrera. The USL on the CBS Sports Network kicks off the summer with a June 18th League One matchup. Forward Madison takes on the newcomers Westchester at 8 p.m. Eastern. Catch all the action on the CBS Sports Network Wednesday, June 18th. Rankenberg with the big clear. Greenville moving through the gears. Trying a Travella pass out to the corner. Download the Fan Saves app and follow the Triumph for access to exclusive deals at your favorite restaurants and breweries. That's the Fan Saves app. It was a great start to the season for Naples. 8 games, all competitions without a loss for them, making them the second League One team to do so. Things have turned a little sour for them since. Only 2 wins in the 7 games, after that 8-game electric start. Charleston, who Greenville also beat, and then bottom of the league, Omaha, as Castro chips it in. Zakowski just can't quite connect as Heckenberg combines with O'Connor to clear. Here is Kevin O'Connor, who made some headlines with his SC Top 10 Olympico goal against Miami. He had the first tying goal for Naples. Just a beautiful bent-in ball from the far side of the field into that top corner. Sometimes you think, well, that was on purpose. Sometimes you know it's not. And I think from the look on O'Connor's face after that went in, I think it might have been accidental, but still full credit to him. It was an excellent finish. And rightfully earned him a spot on SportsCenter. Lofted in, down by Zakowski. Greenville getting a much better grip on the game. Rankenberg. Onin tussles with Evans. Nice control by Sims. Toby Sims, who spent the last couple of seasons with Harrogate Town, around 75 appearances. Before that, he spent time with Pittsburgh Riverhounds up in the championship, but is a very familiar face to this area. Played at Chowan, not very far away at all. Was a 3-time Conference Defensive Player of the Year there. Was the League Two Defensive Player of the Year. And even spent some time in the community as well with Greenville FC of the NPSL. Foul in here. And it's Lalo Delgado who's down off screen here. the captain and keeper for Naples. The physios are on. That is not a great facial expression. Lalo Delgado tied for the lead in clean sheets in League One. Had such incredible performances during his time with Northern Colorado. Won the League One Cup in its inaugural season. Was a Golden Glove nominee back in 2023 as well, with an incredible 13 clean sheets. Actually ties the most in League One history, so he's a guy that just knows how to get it done, and he's a part of that core championship group. Talked with Coach Matt Poland about Delgado. Said he's just the ultimate professional. Got so much maturity, and he said has a wider view of the perspective. He can both see the field, he knows everything. That's your typical goalkeeper stuff, but because he just has such a great understanding of the game from his very high level of experience, it brings his chemistry with Breck Evans, center back right in front of him, as it looks like Delgado is going to be able to continue. He and Evans so important to that back line for the Hailstorm. Delgado looks like he's going to be all right here. Evans and Herrera stand over this. Evans leads the league in chances created. Can he craft something up here for Greenville? Whipped in ball. Castro's sliding challenge keeps it alive. Ajakwa does very well to get around the corner. Releases his cross. Unfortunate as the rebound comes right back off of him. It was Mark Torres going stride for stride down by the corner flag. But a good run, Torres. Started the last 3 now in all competitions. Coach singled him out as a player who's really improved. Clearly doing work for them. Farine, who set up that opening goal in what has been a fruitful period. It's about to come to an end, but they've scored more than anyone else in the middle 15 of the first half, the 16 to the 30th minute. 4 goals, more than any other team in the league. They banked theirs early through Hinderlong's fanciful flick. And they've left Greenville to chase. Rankenberg. Here's Bub. Really high press from Naples. Castro controls to himself. We enter the final 15 minutes of the first half. This is where things get a bit leakier for the away side. More goals than anyone else allowed in the final 15. Polak. Robles returns. Polak into the center. Blocked out front. And they're able to smuggle it away for a throw.
Hey, fans, head over to the merchandise stand by the main gate to pick up your commemorative triumph encryption star.
Solid opportunity once again coming from that side of the field. The left wing for Greenville and the right wing for Naples has been where all the action's been today. Ajakwa this time was on the other side of the things to try and fire one home. Sims clips it along. Was there any touch along the way? There was not, says the referee, out for a throw. Visit shoptriumph.com to check out the latest merch and kit launches. Visit shoptriumph.com to get all your Triumph gear. Real deep throw in an awkward position to get out of for Naples. Sims, real physical. Hinderlong, great challenge by Bub. Flying kick to dispossess Hinderlong. Yeah, these two teams are mirrored in the final 15 minutes. 5 goals allowed for Naples, more than anyone else, and 5 goals scored for Greenville, which is tied for the second most. 50% of the goals they've scored in league play this season have been in the final 15 minutes, so they're slow to start in the first half, but they finish strong. Naples, contrastingly, have found it difficult to close things out in the first frame. Rankenberg. Owning. Hinderlong. Deflected on its way through. That'll be the first corner of the night for the visitors. That man is a problem. Spins away from his defender. A nice block from Fricky. His team has more blocks than anyone else in the league, Greenville. Make that 33. Now let's see. Kevin O'Connor whipped one in against Miami from the corner last week. What can he do now? Nice work. Rising up, Fricky. Sims. And the throw for the home side. 2-hour weather delay. Historic Riggs Field in Clemson. And a Hinderlong goal. Those of you who may have joined us late as we enter the final 10 minutes of half number 1. Referee is going to bring back Heckenberg. Going to speak with the Australian. Folks, you can watch the USL Championship in Spanish on Tuned In, the nation's leading Spanish language sports network. Select matches will be available in Spanish throughout the rest of the season. Go to USLChampionship.com for the complete USL TV listings. DeLong is already struck as the Golden Boot race heats up. He'll now be top of that list. Anwar Pelaez and Darwin Espinal also on 6 goals apiece. Right behind them is Leo Castro as Robles gets an interception. Castro! And their main man fires right back. A golden night for our Golden Boot leaders. Doing what he does, great interception. The man of experience, notching yet another. Pure power with the boot, lacing it in with his right, and he responds to Hegenberg. That goal brought to you by the YMCA of Greenville, and that's got them to their feet here at historic Riggs Field.
At the 37th minute, presented by YMCA.
Heating up. The 2 odds-on favorites to score tonight. And once again, in the final knockings of the first half, Greenville score and Naples concede. Playing true to form. Dingler just can't corral that one. Select is the proud official match ball supplier of the USL Championship. From the Academy to the big leagues, Select is there every step of the way. Visit us.select-sport.com for the latest Select products, specials, and more. Select, the player's choice. Polak will stand over this one, take it quickly backwards. Three shots apiece, each with one on goal, the one that matters from their main man. Hinderlong and Castro. Big cross just behind Castro. Polak! The 33-year-old looking for his first pro goal. Oh, so close. They smell blood in the water now. Gotta steady the ship here. Naples were generating all the chances early. Just an overplaced pass by Dingler. Throw given back over to the visitors. A real test for both these sides. Coach Rick Wright talking about playing this Naples team, how well they've started. Said everybody plays so well against us, how established of a team they are. They've got a target on their back, and they know that every team is going to give them their best. But their result against Charleston shows them that they can do it against the best of the best. They got to go out there and earn it. One game is one game. They are capable. No fouls, says the referee. We carry on. Fricky. Polak. Skips his way through. Chip to the outside. Robles, the cutback. Headed off the line. Greenville dominant in the final knockings of the first half. Robles has been very influential. He intercepted the pass and then eventually laid it off, catching that assist for goal number 1. Once again, it's been this far side of the field. It's been so dangerous for both teams. Backstick cross, missed header. It's Zakowski. Had an open opportunity at the backstick. These services have been really deep, and they've worked well. Zakowski just gets up and over his man. Had Evans rooted. There has been no daylight for Naples. Greenville have been all over them since that equalizing goal. Transition moments can be big, though. Onin. Big cross. Good physical play by Sims. He's got to win that battle with Hinderlong. Robles. He beats Cisneros. Castro calling for it. Tries to bring in Zakowski. Screaming for the handball. The referee waves it away. Zakowski chirping with the linesman on the near side. Controversy down the stretch. Once again, it's another one of those moments where it happens in a flash of a second. It did not, from my brief exposure to that moment, look like the arm was in an unnatural position. With the way the handball rule is interpreted nowadays, that can mean a lot or a little. Zakowski. Final minute of normal time here in half number 1. Naples struck first. Greenville equalized. Who scored? Most likely scores as the offside flag is up. So here's a look back at that handball. Lack of a call here. So it's going to be the service in. Man, that is tough. That is tough. Because it is the trailing arm. It is hung out there. And it does definitively block the cross from going into the box. Had the arm not been there, that service goes in. It might have come off the backside of Evans. But I do think they have a case there. 3 minutes. That is the call for stoppage time.
The fourth official has indicated 3 minutes of stoppage time for the first half.
Naples just trying to make it to the locker room. Great ball for Zakowski. Robles down the middle, palmed away. And the referee will blow for the foul. Great work by Delgado. Zakowski beaten for pace there. Not the most convincing, but he does block the service from getting to Robles, who was streaking in. Remember, it was Delgado who went down earlier, kind of holding the inside of that thigh. It does look like he's laboring just a little bit. Foul giving. Tinderlong will have a brief conference with Alex Beeler, our head referee, tonight. Sims dumps one forward. Zakowski, great turn, but just popped over. He got up under that one. He will have wanted it back. Great service. Bit of a fortunate bounce. Evans does the right thing. Yeah, Zakowski, they're probably always going to be closed down. Didn't catch it like he would have wanted to, but still difficult. We're into the final minute of first half stoppage time. Throw in for Naples. A lot to talk about at half. They've played a lot well. The free kick will come in. But as the momentum and possession has shifted over, their chances have petered out. Currently possession right now 63% for Greenville. They just haven't had a whole lot of air to breathe in the attacking third. But now, at the death, the end of the first half, can they snatch something here? Line held on the edge of the 18. O'Connor to drive it in. That'll trickle its way all the way through. Out for a goal kick and the halftime whistle. Well, it only took us 2 hours longer than we expected, but a bright start after a rainy day in Clemson, South Carolina. The goal scorers, the big men, doing exactly what we thought they would do. First Hinderlong and then Castro. These two teams duking it out in the first 45 to a 1-1 draw. Well poised for even more action as we step aside from historic Riggs Field, where your score, presented by Upstate Spine and Sport, 1 to Greenville, 1 to Naples.
Dance like nobody's watching. Except when people are watching, like your roommate and the new boyfriend you forgot she was bringing over. Believe in yourself. But know your limits, because right before an interview really isn't the time to try being a hairstylist. Anything is possible. So yes, winning is possible. But so is not winning, which means sometimes the best way to play is to save some possibility for another day. The South Carolina Education Lottery, supporting better players and a better you.
At Johnston Orthodontics, we combine art and science to create your perfect smile. After a thorough exam with x-rays and digital models, we design custom aligners tailored just for you. With our on-site 3D resin printer, these designs come to life, ensuring a perfect fit every time. Ready to tame your smile? Call us today at Johnston Orthodontics.
At Piedmont Natural Gas, being a part of the communities we serve is important to us, because to us, community begins with you. We strive to address the needs of our communities by investing time and resources to help improve the quality of life for our customers. For over 60 years, we have funded programs that support education, the environment, and community impact. Our energy assistance program, Share the Warmth, helps customers pay their energy bills. We're committed to helping our neighbors by powering the vitality of our communities.
Flights from GSP International Airport just got easier. Breeze Airways now offers nonstop flights to 8 cities nationwide. Enjoy low fares, no change or cancellation fees, and convenient nonstop service. Make your next trip seriously nice on Breeze Airways. Visit flybreeze.com to book your flight from GSP today.
Your halftime score presented by Upstate Spine and Sport. Greenville triumph, leveling things up 1 after Naples got us started. 1-1 after the first 45. Both of these teams coming off of games against USL Championship teams in the USL Jägermeister Cup. It was another great week of action in the competition that has continued to evolve from what was just League One teams last year into now League One and Championship. These two teams coming up with very different results, but both of them showing very strong what League One can do against teams even larger than them. Let's take a look now at some of the big plays and highlights from the round. It was a very exciting week. Here is the goal. Diego Mercado. This will be against the team you're watching tonight in Naples. Here is your save of the round. Loudoun United's Hugh Farrow.
And that one zipped over the bar. Are you serious? Farrow.
Here's a look at the team of the round featured on the field tonight for us here in Clemson. Gunter Rankenberg, who kept a clean sheet against in-state rival Charleston Battery. A great performance that was from him. Christian Chaney continuing to do it further and further on in his career for the Independents, makes it into the team. And J-Tree Kamara, also of League One, making it in. Well, that's your team of the round for round 2 as it's 1-1 here. Your Upstate Spine and Sport halftime score as we step aside from historic Riggs Field.
Today we went to the beach, and it was totally worth it. Stay 3 nights this summer at Best Western and get $50 off a future stay.
How does Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water keep you in the game? We always source our water directly from the natural spring to fuel every body, no matter how you like to move it. So whether you're chasing your goals or just staying active this summer, make sure to stay hydrated with Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Always bottled at the natural spring source.
Pain doesn't care who you are or why you hurt, but pain can be mastered if you know the way. Focus! Fight back with Tiger Balm's legendary herbal power. Whatever it takes. Trusted for over 100 years. Tiger Balm's proven herbal blend tames pain with the strength and speed of the tiger so that you can rise above pain. Let's make a Karate Kid. And get back to living. This is the way of the tiger.
Goodness! Forward Madison finds the equalizer lane!
This inside, bang! Out in front, Westchester.
What exactly is a Sully steamer? Our sandwiches are made to order. which means once you've taken a look at our big menu and narrowed down your options, we go to work. Our sandwiches are stuffed with fresh, flavorful ingredients and then placed in our special steamer until the sandwich gets warm and soft and fuses all the flavors together to achieve the peak of tastiness. Are you hungry yet?
This week on USL All Access, head coach Ryan Martin from Loudoun United joins us to talk their recent success and how it's more sustainable this time around in their long-term vision. How about the Oakland Roots? Day one, they dismissed Gavin Glinton. End of day one, they named Benny Feilhaber as their new head coach. We got USL Jägermeister Cup action. Sacramento Republic in Indy 11, perfect halfway through the inaugural edition of this tournament between the two leagues.
Halftime score here in historic Riggs Field. Greenville 1, Naples 1. Brought to you by Upstate Spine and Sport. An eventful first 45. You take a look at our news and notes from around the league. Naples, we talked about this earlier, Sports Center top 10. He was number 1 thanks to his whipped-in goal from the corner kick, his Olympico. 4 League One teams claim victories over their championship opponents, including Greenville triumph over Charleston. And you can watch even more USL action on ESPN2. Louisville City and Rhode Island will be playing on the 11th. And Detroit City and Westchester will be playing on July 26th. So there's a League One team taking on a championship team in the Jägermeister Cup. Look at the standings right now entering the night. Naples coming into this one with a shot to get up there at the top of the table alongside Spokane. Unless the goals go crazy in the second half, they're not likely to be able to surmount them on goal difference. But the Triumph really trying to stay above the playoff line where they sit. Madison in a game with Omaha earlier has a 1-0 deficit, so they're safe right now with a point. But they want to get all 3 to try and leapfrog above Alta, who play top of the league, Spokane. Here's a look at how things are right now across the league. You can see there, Upstate Spine and Sport, our sponsor. 90th minute is Omaha, bottom of the league, trying to take points off playoff hopeful Madison. It's a 1-1 draw between Westchester and Knoxville. And Hearts of Pine fall again against Chattanooga. Texoma getting some big points on the road. And it's just halftime in Tormenta Charlotte game tonight. The late kickoff. The top team in the league trying to hold off Alta, one of those newcomers as well. And that'll be a big game for the top of the table points situation. That scoreboard brought to you by Upstate Spine and Sport. We'll take one more break and be back to bring you 45 minutes more of exciting action when we return. 1-1 your score, brought to you by Upstate Spine and Sport.
Just breathe. Woo! Let's take this thing higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places that never been. We go higher, no stop. Take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. Woo! Let's take this thing. No stop. It's time to go higher.
Welcome to Wood Creek Dental, where dental care is a family tradition. For over 40 years, we're proud to be a family-owned practice, serving the community of Greenville, South Carolina. Our experienced dentists and dedicated staff are committed to your oral health. Experience the difference for yourself. Wood Creek Dental. Dental care from our family to yours.
Every day, we get the privilege to serve you, sharing local stories on all your screens.
The first alert on breaking news sent through the Fox Carolina News app.
Serving you with the earliest heads up on storms through the Fox Carolina First Alert weather app. Live and on-demand newscasts.
Fox Carolina Investigations.
On your streaming TV.
Your stories told right here. Fox Carolina News.
I'm Rick Wright, head coach of the Greenville Triumph Soccer Club. The Triumph play here on Palmetto Sports and Entertainment.
Watch using antenna on channel 21.2 or on Spectrum 703. The Greenville Triumph play here. Palmetto Sports.
El Greenville Triumph y Liberty están orgullosos de asociarse con Telemundo Carolina del Sur. Vean Telemundo Carolina del Sur para mantenerte informado con noticias locales en español y disfrutar de toda la increíble programación de Telemundo. Disponible gratis con antena en el canal 31.1.
Just about set for second half action here at historic Riggs Field. Your halftime score, brought to you by Upstate Spine and Sport, is 1-1 between Greenville and Naples. Well, let's take a look at how we got to this point with our first half highlights, brought to you by Michelob Ultra. It was the visiting side, Naples, who struck first. Look at this flick. That's got to be one of those goal of the week contenders. Great skill. Farine set it all up, but just the audacity to try and take that one. Greenville's equalizer came courtesy of their main man, Leo Castro, thanks to the interception by Robles, and he just powers his way through into that bottom corner. So the two main scorers are two Golden Boot leaders who've got us so far. Delgado, who went down with a bit of a cramp, came up with a big save, and then it was all Greenville down the stretch. They nearly found their way in the final moment, but Zakowski couldn't keep it down, and that did it for the first 45. Here's a look at some of our halftime stats. The only numbers that matter in that top row, 1-1. But Greenville, after a slow start, just found momentum and then ran away with the game. Heavily in possession. Of course, those 10 shots, only 2 on target. But the possession, after they allowed that first goal, they had so much momentum and they carried it to the back of the net. Corners, pretty even. And as far as fouls go, it was a pretty uncontroversial game outside the 18s. We did have a handball not called. That was rather contentious from a Greenville perspective. One of those kind of marginal ones that could go either way. Once again, that only statistic that matters right up there at the top. 1-1 apiece. So Greenville are prepped and ready to go. Naples have not made an appearance on the field yet, but a great response from a team that is trying to rebuild after a little bit of a slow start to the season. They picked up that win against Charleston last time out. That was their first in 6 games without a win in all competitions. Not only that was it a confidence booster, but it was also history for them as well, being their first championship road win ever. For Naples, they as well trying to right the ship after a great start and then a slow follow-up. Only 2 wins in the last 7 games after going 8 unbeaten to start the year. It smiles on their faces now as Hinderlong has had a lot to cheer for this year. His team trying to steady the ship. Matt Poland talking about this team developing identity. So there's improving those little areas as the fans who've stuck around after a 2-hour weather delay making lots of noise here at one of the most historic fields, one of the most premier venues in American soccer. Greenville, Naples, Clemson, South Carolina, historic Riggs Field. Just about set and ready to go. It'll be the home side to get us back underway. One of those goal scorers is the number 9s meet in the foreground. Leo Castro, the 36-year-old Colombian, still firing away in his career. Provided that all-important goal in the first half. All we await is Alex Beeler's whistle. There it is, and we are underway. Lots of importance behind this one. Naples can go top of the league, tied on points with Spokane. Now the velocity play at 11 Eastern. So this game will be done just about that time thanks to that weather delay. But if points are dropped and a loss is experienced by the Velocity, they will end this week tied at the top of the league. Greenville, thanks to that win for Omaha against Madison, meaning that they're going to have a little bit of a cushion whether they draw or win, but they want to pick up maximum points to increase the distance to that playoff line. Great feed through for Castro to try and make it two. Dengler comes sliding in from off stage. Dengler taking advantage of that sopping wet surface. Very nice work. Sends it out for a deep throw. Gonna be a long one. We saw them take one of these in the first half. In by Sims. Knotted down. Robles. No foul with the shout from this near side. We talked about that in our keys of the game. Being disciplined. This is a Naples team that, as far as fouls goes, have second most in the league. Away by Dengler. Last off a man in white and blue. So it looks like Sims is going to go again. They're going to bring him the towel to dry it off. The Chowan grad spent the last seasons at Harrogate Town, now plying his trade in Greenville. Zakowski rifles one wide. Looks over with a bit of a shrug to the bench. Got that game-winning goal against Charleston in the Jägermeister Cup. Greenville looking for their first League One win since April 5th. 5 games without a win in the league. Cannon down of play by Fricky. Naples in a similar boat, looking for their first win in the league since April 5th as well. Tried to feed it through to Hinterlong. Dengler down for Heckenberg. Herrera over to Evans. And that'll be plenty of time for Delgado. From one keeper down to the other, Rankenberg. Coach Rick Wright talking about wanting to really build him up this season. And he was frank about it. He's got a shop window mentality. They're putting him out there. They want to see him playing very well against opponents like Charleston. They thought about resting him in that game against the Battery, actually. So they wanted to get him out there if they want to move him on to the championship level. Then they need to get him playing against championship teams, and he got the clean sheet. He was in that team of the round. It was a really great performance. A man who's given so much to the team in his second year as the starter. Naples do like to start the second half strong. They've got 4 goals in the opening 15 minutes of the second half. That's the second most of any team in the league. Polak. Got a man down behind the play, just tying a shoe. Was Cisneros. Bit of a conference here. Robles talking to with Alex Beeler, our head referee. Evans over the top for Castro. He's out wide. Blocked by Breck Evans. Zane Bub coming back into the team. Picked up 45 minutes against the Battery. His first appearance from all the way back in April. You can actually hear the shouts from Alex Beeler behind halfway. Nice layoff by Hinderlong. Carson Hinderlong, year 2 of his professional career as Toby Sims slid in to clear that one out. Hinderlong last year with the Indy 11. Talked with Coach Matt Poland about Hinderlong. Just said he's a classic Midwest guy, hard worker, wants to win, wants to get better every day. Really loves his work rate and defensive pressure. That was the really big thing, as he said. His ability, just like this, to provide them something even off the ball, even when he's not looking to goal. Had his college career at Xavier, then went on to Indiana. They went to the College Cup final back in 2022. When he has scored this season, they have not lost. Zakowski. Nice ball through the lines. Ajakwa can't beat Hinderlong. It is a mismatch of systems between these two. Started out kind of with a 3-back. They've kind of gone into a back 4. Evans kind of drifting backwards to right back. Evans does like to get forward, though, so then it kind of morphs into a back 3 with Polak down the left-hand side. Polak is kind of left higher up the field at times, so it really does shift between a 3 and a 4, with Evans released and Polak kind of hanging high. Throw in one by Naples. Greenville heavily out shooting the visitors right now, 12-3. It has kind of been a problem for Triumph this year. They've got the 3rd lowest shot conversion rate in the league, just around 8.5%. Have been underperforming their XG. 11 goals scored coming into tonight. It's 10 goals scored off about 12 expected. Very opposite story for Naples. Free kick will be given. Heckenberg, the Aussie. Just loses control. A little arm on the shoulder of Zikowski. As we talked about early on in this game, don't give up free kick opportunities. But you don't need to. That was one. It was just light contact. Greenville team. It's got 30% of their goals this year from free kicks. Zikowski drives it low. It's always going wide. He fooled the wall, though. His hands immediately went on his head because he knew he got the spacing under the wall. He wanted them to jump thinking he was going over. They did just that. Castro can't connect with Evans. Zikowski. Talked about Greenville having one of the lowest shot conversion rates. Naples have the highest at around 15 to 16%. They've actually been overperforming their XG, composed to Greenville underperforming. Naples with 14 goals scored to right around 10.5 to 11 XG. Naples could have a few more. They have been unlucky. They hit the woodwork 5 times, more than anyone else in the league. Nice layoff. Zikowski. He and Castro have been dynamite. Zikowski inside. Chips to the back stick. That came off the defender last. Out for a corner. Greenville continuing to build here. They were the better team in that first half after a sluggish start, and they continue that trend here into the second frame. Zikowski and Castro have been at the heart of it all. Evans to drive it in. Right-footed in-swinger. They've been servicing these to the back stick, deep crosses. Near post this time. Polat shouts of shoot. He will not oblige. Trying to break away here. Advantage played. Farine. Laying it across. What a block. Second opportunity stopped again. A team that leads the league in blocks come up with 2 heroic ones here. Toby Sims feeling it after that one, putting his body on the line. Here you go. Watch for block number 1. And then one more here. The shot fired away right into the midriff. 32 blocks coming into tonight. 2 all-important ones there. Toby Sims survives. Now the first corner kick opportunities of the second half for Naples. Didn't come up with much on their only opportunity in the first half. They've stacked up deep in the box as the referee is going to come over and move this ball back. It's a good, at least a foot off from where the corner line actually is. They're stacked deep, back stick. The surface a question down there. Water likes to pool, and we had 2 hours of it. Heckenberg's cross. A foot race, which Castro wins. I will say I'm surprised there was no yellow card given for the advantage that was played earlier. I'm not exactly sure who it was that made the challenge, but it was with the intention of stopping the play. Vereen over the top. Chested down with confidence by Bub. Yellow card is out, first of the game. Fans, don't miss the action. Secure your tickets today at TriumphTix.com. That's Tix spelled T-I-X. So we're going to get our first yellow card in our first substitutions. Heckenberg goes into the book as Zeke Soto will enter play, replacing Robles, who set up the first goal.
Rodrigo Robles in the 62nd minute.
It was a very good outing for Robles. He blocked a pass. Heckenberg still arguing over this.
To FC Naples, number 8, Christopher Heckenberg.
It's his third card of the season for a player who has just gone the distance with every team he's been with. Won League One with Tormenta back in 2023. Played 30 games for the Fuego last year and has played in every League One match this campaign. The 18-year-old Zeke Soto enters play. He's on loan from Charleston. Actually had 31 minutes for his parent club in the game at the weekend. Toby Sims got to get that long run up for his long throw. The man who put his body on the line moments ago. Try and spark something. Castro, header backwards. Fell at an awkward angle. Could not tuck it home. Zane Bub popping up. Those long throws just give you another element. Just a little bit something else that you can do. Here is confirmation of that substitution. Brought to you by Spinks. 18-year-old Loney from Charleston will enter. Owen around the corner. End line. Just behind Hinderlong. Chance not gone. End line. Who'd that come off of last? Out for a corner. Well against the grain. Naples, they're having very few look-ins. There's most solid opportunity since that Hinderlong goal in the first period. Kevin O'Connor, who curled one in from a corner just last week. O'Connor, front stick. Not convincingly cleared. Not convincingly shot either. Sprayed out wide. Vereen's header on target. Easy save for Reichenberg. One thing that has really escaped the narrative tonight that we cannot take for granted is how little we've talked about the surface here. Folks, we had 2 hours of torrential rain, and it looks like they just sprayed the field like they would before any other. Soto, down the middle, past Castro. This surface is held up so well. The ball pings around. Herrera, Castro. Polak. They're going to have to recycle it. Soto. The chance that might have been now gone. Great work by Fricky. More passes than anyone else in the league. Brandon Fricky came into this game with 557. The next closest, 470. He is crucial towards the deep build. Zikowski. Ajakwa just over, not far away at all.
Substitution for FC Naples.
There'll be a change now for the away side as we take a look at this opportunity. Ajakwa firing over as Justin Weiss will come in for Torres. Weiss, the young man coming into this team, just 23 out of Northwestern and then Indiana. He too played alongside Hinderlong for the Hoosiers. Picked up 8 minutes in that game against Miami at the weekend. Had a great conversation with Matt Poland in the lead up to this one. A coach who had his career largely based down the Gulf Coast of South Florida with youth teams. Went on to Chicago House AC as Farine dribbles in. Onin. I asked Coach Poland what it meant to him to be able to lead now a professional team in a community that he helped develop so much. Said it's just so great to play a part. Said it is a complete honor and he recognizes the responsibility. Said he had a first-time moment for him, something he's never seen happen before. Said they had a community member come up when he was at an event and they said, "You're our coach. We've never had a coach in this town, but you're our coach." And he said that was a beautiful moment as Farine is going to be called for the foul and the yellow. Most yellow cards in the league, this Naples team. They've gotten both of those issued tonight. Here's a look at it as Evans was trying to break away. Personal opinion, I think it's a little harsh. No warning so far given to Farine. I understood Hinderlong, or excuse me, Heckenberg, because he had already cautioned him once. Evans perhaps in the transition, maybe that's where the card comes from. But now that's two players on the field for Naples on yellows. Something to watch for as Evans leads the league in chances created. Whipped in ball. Centered header. Out of play. The sort of passion that I felt from the conversation with Matt Poland was reflected exactly on the other side with Rick Wright, head coach of Greenville. I asked him, what's it like to bring the game to this part of the upstate, a place that he's given basically his entire coaching career. Remember, this is a guy that almost retired before picking up this job. Got the talk to from Coach Harks, picked it up, and has continued what has been a lifelong legacy of contributing to soccer in this part of South Carolina. He said it's just so great to visit a place that he has memories at, was playing at one of the first ever times this stadium was used in its current edition. Had his girlfriend, now wife, watch him play for the first ever time right here. Said it's great to extend the footprint outside of Greenville, opening it up to the vibrant Clemson community, and gives their fans a nice away trip that they can manage. There are a lot of teams in this area in League One and the Championship that these incredible fans at Greenville can get to. But one right down the road, it's such a fantastic facility, cannot be passed up on. It's Bub who's down. The physios will come over. Zane Bub. You'll see exactly where this comes from. It's Farine who undercuts him, and he probably lands just a little bit awkwardly, but Farine, remember, just got the yellow card, has got to be very careful. Bub, who spent last season with the Rowdies, 7 appearances for him. Actually from Charlotte, so not far from here. He spent a lot of his college career down in the Sunshine State, started at UNF and went to Virginia Tech before returning to Florida to play for UCF. Very influential here as he's back up to his feet. Looks as though he'll be able to continue. Throw in for O'Connor. Promoted just downfield, and Bub will be able to re-enter play, so they're back to even strength. Greenville 1-0 here at historic Riggs Field. They played here last year, the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. It was behind closed doors, though, against Lexington. They won that game. They're looking to have success once again, this time in front of their home fans. Made the short trip down the road. Farine tried to split 2 Greenville defenders. Otherwise, the Triumph are 2-2-3, so 2 wins, 2 draws, and 3 losses at home. All competitions this year. They started out with a very heavy home schedule. 6 of their first 7 games were at home. Since then, it's been sparse pickings, just 5 of their last 6 games on the road. So getting back into the upstate area, playing in front of fans in green, good for them. It's very similar for Naples. 3-0-3, 3 wins and 3 losses on the road. Foul will be given. Those 3 losses that Naples have experienced have been 3 of their last 4 games. 8 of their first 11 games were at home for the Florida team. 3 of their last 4 have been away, and they've all been losses. Trying to right the ship here and win their first League One away game since April 5th. O'Connor and Heckenberg, the Australian, whips it in. Onan with the chest control. Great flick to the near side. Herrera puts Cisneros in the spin cycle. Castro back for Herrera. Trying to return it for the Colombian. And he's adjudged to have fouled Cisneros. You can see here Castro over the shoulder. A little bit of contact. I think that's one of those ones where you can just play on. (16-6) on shots right now. Expected goals 1.5 for Greenville. 3/4 of 0.75 for Naples. Still 2-2 on shots on target, though. Greenville have had the share of possession. They've had more shots. They're dominating statistically, but in that finishing power, I told you their conversion rate more than half of what it is for Naples, who lead the league in that conversion. Just haven't been able to turn some of these chances home. Now into the final 15 minutes here of half number two, excuse me. Evans. Over to Bub. 3 goals scored for Greenville. That's 30% of their total in the final 15 minutes of the game in League One games this season. Herrera. Evans drives one across. Very nearly stuck it in on his own. It's somehow smuggled behind. It'll be a corner. Take a look. Herrera. And then Evans. What a ball. But it beat everybody and just about beat Delgado at the far post. How unfortunate that this bounce off Delgado or Heckenberg does not go in. They're going to wait on those substitutions, Greenville. It looks like, or will they make them before? There's a man down for Naples. I believe that's Cisneros again. He was fouled moments ago. Fruitful period of the game for Greenville, but it's double-sided. They scored 30% of their goals in the final 15 minutes, but they've also conceded 4 during this period as well. That's third most in the league during the final 15 minutes. Julian Cisneros, who is a rookie in this league, but picked up a very big goal against Miami in the Cup last weekend. Coming in from Loyola Chicago, where he captained the Ramblers. 70 starts, was A10 All-Conference last season, and has been putting in a lot of minutes in his debut year. He's played the full 90 10 times, so it looks like they're going to be a man down on this corner kick. More headed goals than any team in the league, as they will make some substitutions. It's going to be Naples first, and we'll see. Greenville still might be holding.
Number 12, Ian Garrett. And number 7, Tyler Pasnick.
So they will make them both.
Number 22, Luca Piera. And number 3, Julian Cisneros.
So Cisneros is going to be subbed off. Pasnick will come on. And now we can get this corner kick. Greenville will hold. Near post. Not fully cleared. Castro touched along for Sims. They're claiming the handball, crying for it. That ball, the linesman says, is out for a corner.
Corner for Greenville.
Second time tonight, real shouts of a handball inside the 18. First half, Greenville were denied. Second half as well. Let's take a look. Sims ball in. And that does, I believe, much more than the first half. That one to me is more clear. I think that is a handball and was not given. First half, it's tough. There was a trailing arm. I think it was incidental. Back stick cross. Centered header. Castro. Great challenge to clear it away. First half, I think it was very unfortunate. The arm was extended, but I think it was the natural movement here. This one, the arm, I would say, in an unnatural position, and therefore should have been given. So here is a double substitution. These are our upstate spine and sport adjustments of the match. Could these be the keys to unlocking this lead for the home team? Double change. That's going to bring on Michael Gonzalez and Evan Lee. As we take a look back at what was another controversial moment here, look at that left arm. The arm is coming back to the body, yes, but it is extended from the frame. I believe that hits in an unnatural position. The arm is extended. I do think that's a missed penalty there. Flicked a long header. Crunching challenge inside the 6-yard box. Delgado is pleading for a yellow card for Ajakwa, but that's just playing for the ball there. They've got a man down as well. Here's a look at it. Flicked along by their own man. Yeah, you could see a yellow given there. Certainly what they are pleading for. So a little slow to his feet. It's Ian Garrett. Rework by Hinderlong. Farine is offside. Kept in play, trying to release Gonzalez. Cushion down for Garrett. Farine. Travella pass, and there is Rankenberg. Bub and Castro, the two to come off for Greenville. Closing down on the final 5 minutes. Delgado ushers this one back into the box. These two teams meeting for the first time. Greenville will now have played all the expansion teams except Portland. Farine trying to keep it in play. Sliding challenge. Onin. Intensity notching up as we enter the final 5 minutes of regulation here from historic Riggs Field in Clemson, South Carolina. The referee blowing. There's a man down, or was at the moment when the whistle was blown. Physio coming on just to take a look. Carson Hinderlong, the lone goal scorer remaining on the field. Castro having been subbed off. It's Farine. Soccer season is here, and SeatGeek is the official ticketing partner of the USL. Get all your USL tickets and more from the #1 ticketing site, SeatGeek. Your ticket to great seats. So Farine will have to stay off. He talks with the fourth official as Gonzalez tries to chip it over the top. Gonzalez muted appeals for the high boot. Hinderlong fouled, says Alex Beeler. Sims not happy. Can't watch the match. Turn on Sirius XM 157, North America's only 24/7 source for engaging soccer talk, including USL All Access on Tuesday nights, plus your live matches from the USL, MLS, Premier League, and more, all on Sirius XM FC 157 in the new Sirius XM app. Hinderlong with the hold-up play. Great ball right down the middle of the field. A foot race. Dengler. No foul, says the referee, but he'll blow belatedly. Alex Beeler took a long time to think about that one. Their first thought there is the referee blows for a foul. They always do. And when there was few seconds of delay, you thought perhaps truly he is going to let it run. Here you go. There's a push in the back. It's a foul. The fact that it came in so belatedly. So Soto's going to be given the foul, and he's going to receive a yellow as well, I believe, for the protests afterwards. There's just a little bit of push in the back. "90 seconds in regulation. Trying to go over the top. It's a great ball. Farine, did that deflect on its way through? It did, but off their own man. The spoils to be split as it stands, entering the final 60 seconds. Naples would go to 18 points and would end the night below Spokane. Regardless of the result of the game that's about to start. That would keep Greenville above Madison. Texoma, who got a win earlier, would go above them. And it would leave them outside the playoff picture at the moment. There is still time, plenty of time for late drama. We saw 3 minutes of first half stoppage time. I'd say we'd have at least the same now. Fourth official holds up the board, and it is a staggering 7 minutes. We had quite a few injuries and a good number of substitutions. 7 more minutes of action for someone to go out and grab a late winner on a late night in League One. A game that should have been done and dusted hours ago. A 2-hour weather delay and 2 goals from the Golden Boot leaders. And it all boils down to 7 minutes of stoppage time. Should this result hold, I think both coaches will feel pretty good. The results against a team that's one of the tops in the league will always be good for Greenville, but they will feel that there was more on the table to be had. They had real chances to win this one. And a team that struggled to finish games off and hold on to leads. Naples, always tough on the road. Lots of tough conditions. Their coach, Matt Poland, was in Kansas on Thursday, went straight from there to the office the next morning at 7 a.m. and then had to catch a flight down here. It was a long couple of days for him. They said they've only had one trip this year that has not been delayed by weather in their flights. Only one this season. So it's always difficult in this league to go on the road and get a result. I think they'll probably feel the better of the two teams. Disappointed to give up the lead. But on the day when the home side were the better of the teams, I think a draw would suit them well. Five minutes of stoppage time. Might well be Eon's dangerous header. Herrera fires it well wide. You can tell just how upset Chapa Herrera is. Will want that one back, teed up for himself. After a speculative decision to head that one to the middle of the park. Will that be a chance that Greenville will rue? Farine, here teeing up in the box. Cleared away. Thumping header clears. Lee touches it down. Gonzalez left behind for Heckenberg. Advantage played. Hinterlong in the middle. Farine just snuffed out. End-to-end stuff here. Tired legs starting to show. Gonzalez leaves his man behind. Gonzalez. That header, risky business. There was a moment where it seemed like time stood still. So watch this Travella pass. And in this second header opportunity, he means it as a pass over to Zakowski, but it almost airs its way in. Everyone just paused for a moment, and the balance of the game hung in the air. It was always off target, but for a moment, anything could have happened. Hinterlong, that physical hold-up play, back to goal, doing what he's done all night long. Still time to play. Looking for an end-line cross. Trickles out. 2 minutes of stoppage time left, and then the rest is at the referee's discretion. At stake, Greenville's first League One win since April 5th. 2 months without tasting victory in the league. And it's all set up to be denied the 3 points once more. So close to the line, but unable to cross its threshold. They have deserved the 3 points. They've played so well since they went down a goal. It's dogged them again. They're finishing. Most missed big chances in the league. One of the worst conversion rates. Soto slips. Gonzalez drives one in. Chance is not gone. Into the final minute of stoppage time. Herrera. "30 seconds or thereabouts. Try and salvage something. Soto. Evans. There's a pullback. That'll be about as clear of a yellow as you'll see. The Naples bench is furious. I believe his second yellow should have been issued for picking up the ball and walking away with it. The referee was going to give a yellow card out to Onin. A little bit of afters following the whistle.
The referee has issued a caution.
So now we are into added time upon added time. Maybe one last chance for Delgado to boot one forward. A high line here held outside the 18. Driven ball. Hinderlong. And the referee will blow for full time. Well, these two teams with their high-powered strikers met and ground out a 1-1 result. 2 goals in the first half from the Golden Boot leaders, Hinderlong and Castro. Nothing to come in the 45. We'll have more for you, and we'll wrap this one up from Clemson when we return. Your final score before we break: Greenville 1, Naples 1.
Welcome to Wood Creek Dental, where dental care is a family tradition. For over 40 years, we're proud to be a family-owned practice serving the community of Greenville, South Carolina. At Wood Creek Dental, we believe in quality care and exceptional service. Our experienced dentists and dedicated staff are committed to your oral health. We've invested in modern technology and have created a relaxing atmosphere for your comfort and peace of mind. We prioritize your experience in our calm and caring atmosphere. Our commitment to providing you and your family with exceptional service is at the heart of everything we do, and our patient-centered approach builds relationships based on trust and confidence. Experience the difference for yourself. Wood Creek Dental. Dental care from our family to yours.
What exactly is a Sully steamer? Our sandwiches are made to order, which means once you've taken a look at our big menu and narrowed down your options, we go to work. Our sandwiches are stuffed with fresh, flavorful ingredients and then placed in our special steamer until the sandwich gets warm and soft and fuses all the flavors together to achieve the peak of tastiness. Are you hungry yet?
Welcome back to historic Riggs Field, where we're about to set a bow on this one. Your final score: Greenville 1, Naples 1. So one was an eventful first 45 and then a slugfest here in this second. Let's take a look at your full-time highlights. A lot of it going on in the first half. Brought to you by GSP International Airport. Here's how the first goal went in. That's going to be one of your goal of the week contenders right there. Hinderlong with the fanciful flick to put them up in the lead. Well, who else but Leo Castro? We got one from Hinderlong. We had to get one from the Colombian. Laces this one in. A laser with the boot. to make it 1-1. From that point on, it was pretty much all Greenville. They dominated both in possession and shots, but once again, their inability to finish, the lowest shot conversion in the league, the most missed big chances, they just can't get it across the line, and that once again is their undoing. But it was chance after chance. This one somehow not smuggled off across the line, not turned in by their own team. Castro again could have had another that was out for a corner. Another great performance from Rankenberg, coming off of a great performance at the weekend against Charleston. We take a look at our final statistics. Heavily tilted in the side of Greenville. Nearly 2-1. Over 2-1 on shots. Possession 60-40. They deserved something out of this game after responding to going a goal down. Was a bright and brilliant performance, but coming up just short. Well, that'll do it from historic Riggs Field. What a night after 2 hours of rain to delay us. A 1-1 result is what we come up with. It'll be Greenville 1, Naples 1 for myself, Zach Burley. Kyle Lang, our producer, we say thank you so much for joining us. We wish you a great rest of your weekend. From Clemson, it's Greenville 1, Naples 1. Good night.
This copyrighted telecast of the United Soccer League cannot be retransmitted, rebroadcast, or reproduced without the express written consent of the United Soccer League.